Welcome to Talking with Fantasy. My name's host Eric. Rachel and I are back from Merced. We went there to get some weed drinks for, well, I drink them sometimes too, mostly for Rachel. And now we're back. This is the first cigarette I've had since we left for Merced, so obviously I don't smoke in that rental car. Oh, that should have been picked off. I guess Tulane's going to have to punt. I'm watching the Tulane Ole Miss game. We just got back, turned it on, and it was right at the start of the third quarter, so that was kind of convenient timing. Hi, Winston's mom. Tulane is getting beaten, 17-3 currently. And I guess they played Ole Miss earlier this year and got spanked by them. Which kind of goes to Putty Cat's point about college football playoff not being well served by the inclusion of Tulane. He also says James Madison. But you know what? This game's not over yet. Tulane's only down by 2 scores. It's halftime. Granted, they just did a punt, but still. Anyway, I'm happy to be home again. And at some point today, not right now because I want to watch some football and just live stream for a bit, but Putty Cat's point is lovely. What does that say? I can't read it. Do I have my glasses with me? No. So I'll go back inside and put it on the big screen. Lovely place for parking. Oh, Putty Cat's point is a lovely place for parking. Gotcha. I understand now. There are no park rangers. There are no trash cans. There is an ocean of seagulls, of course. I read it successfully, though. I just had a little bit of trouble with a couple of the words. So I do plan on implementing your idea of doing some debate shorts. I'm thinking about how to structure that a little bit today. Hi, Rachel. How are you? Thank you for saying I'm so cute. It's because I took my adorableness pills today. When I don't take adorableness pills, then I'm not quite this cute. But hello from Latvia. Hello from California, America. Share some life wisdom, stranger. Always poo when you can. Don't wait until you have to. Wiser words have rarely been spoken. Also, I guess, don't end up with regrets for not having valued your family enough or something like that, you know. All right, well, you rest, darling. We just went on a somewhat sizable outing. I'm feeling pretty tired myself, really, but I want to watch some football, smoke some bowls, live stream a little bit, And I'll probably come take a nap too. It was supposed to be raining all day today, but it's basically not been raining all day today. So, of course, Ole Miss is without their coach Lane Kiffin, who 2 packs a day is a lot. I don't smoke 2 packs a day. I don't even smoke 1 pack a day. This is the first cigarette I've had since before we left for Merced. All right, my name is Hi Jack. That sounds like a real misadventure in sensing. Yeah, Ole Miss is going to win this game. It's pretty clear. Ole Miss's Tulane defense cannot handle Ole Miss's offensive line or running backs at all. And I just watched just the beginning of the third quarter. I can already tell. I'm surprised it's only 17-3. Let's hope James Madison has a better time with it. All right, let's put up the shot on the TV so I can see it more easily. And we'll enjoy some football together. Won't that be nice? Hi, Keisha. How are you? Well, Ole Miss is now up by 3 touchdowns. So, doesn't look like this is going to be a particularly good game. I'll have to see who won the Texas A&M versus Miami game. Hello from Poland, Merry Christmas. Hello from California, America, Merry Christmas. And may all your Christmases be white with snow, not racial purity. Our Christmas is not going to be white, even though we're in the mountains and we're going to get precipitation, possibly even on Christmas Day, but it's going to be rain. Mexican with tamales. That's the most Christmassy Christmas of all. My dad always used to buy tamales from, what was it back when he was working, I guess, but from a lady at work every Christmas. We'd bring them home, put them in the freezer. We'd eat them. Fried Bullwinkle moose. What is up? Just watching a little football. Bimzelix. Okay, look, lady. Everybody who's got eczema, can we just stop worrying about that, please? There's no reason to be taking these ridiculous drugs for eczema. It's like not even a problem. It's just a little bit of redness on your arm or something. It's ridiculous. Get back to clear skin. Sometimes it can be pretty bad. Well, I mean, Okay, so it is for you because you've got a wooden leg. Obviously, if your leg is made out of wood, it gets much worse uh, eczema. I'm an audiophile. It sounds worse than it is. What's what sounds worse? This live stream? It wasn't because of scurvy, or was it because he had excessively long fingernails? Hi, Yazarito, is that your name? I seem young and beautiful today, huh? Well, I don't know about that, but I am feeling okay today. Oh, I see. You're making a distinction between audio file and other kinds of files. I understand now. I'm glad that uh, you're just that kind of file. I was staying up so night for the sun, and then it dawned on me. I was staying up all night for the sun, and then it dawned on me. Yeah, I like music too. And that's one of the things I like less about the Nissan Versa than my Mini Cooper. Mini Cooper has better sound system in it. Although it is more difficult to access the sound system because I have to, it doesn't have Bluetooth in the Mini, whereas it does in the Nissan Versa. It even had it in the Mitsubishi Mirage. A bibliophile. That means somebody who's really into Bilbo Baggins. I don't think there's an incoming. No, it's about Bilbo Baggins actually, Drew. It means you have a Bilbo Baggins fetish. You're a Bilbo file. No, I understand that, Winston's mom, but I don't think that's the case. Who's your favorite person? I don't really have a favorite person, I guess. Hello, Jaya. Welcome back. I've got a kitty on my lap, and he's sitting right here. I got a kitty in my lap, and he's purring so loud. Yes, you're a good boy, and Daddy knows, and Daddy loves. This cat, he wants to climb up on my lap. You're too big for a lap, kitty. Come on, Tulane, do something. We caught it. That's good. You start a waste management company in Africa? No, you know what we should start in Africa is a fly swatter making company. Jaya said hi. Because I don't know if you're aware of this, but they've got a lot of flies in Africa. And apparently have not yet developed fly swatter technology. Well, Jaya, if you are a minor, then you should probably ask your parents, not me. I like how they make sandals from tires too. We could steal it. We could do it better. Is that Fly Guy's origins? Um, I mean, where did Fly Guy come from? Africa? No, that's not a distinguishing quality in Africa. Everybody's a Fly Guy there. Hello. I would like to talk to you today about the country of Africa. Hello, Matthew. How are you? I hope you're doing okay. This cat does love me. Well then, Jai, you better not. You better not. It might not be entirely appropriate for people under 18 here, so better just err on the side of caution and go away. The cat does love me. They do have great teeth. Because you don't know what's appropriate for you, apparently. That's why you're asking me. So if you don't know, then I can't guarantee you this is going to be appropriate for you. I'm estranged from my brother, but called him today for his birthday. It was like talking to a total stranger. This is mostly a family friendly channel. That's true. But there's some. Sometimes we cover adult themes. Okay, well, the thing is, Jai, of course, nobody needs anybody's permission to watch a live stream. Go ahead and super chat it for me then, Mr. Masvicky. There's a little dollar sign button down there next to the chat. That's for super chat. You go ahead and name it now. I'm glad to hear it, Acacia. Obviously, I don't really think that Jaya is actually a teenager asking permission to be at my live stream. Well, go ahead then, Mr. Masvicky. Go ahead and live stream it. Isn't every restaurant a family restaurant? Probably not. Well, I mean, a bar. Right. Okay. So I guess maybe you are a teenager. The thing is, this is mostly a family friendly channel, but sometimes we discuss adult topics, and sometimes we do adult things like pulling bong rips. Why do I want you to what? I don't want you to anything, right? What you want is me to tell you you have permission to be here, but you don't need permission to be here from me. He's a good boy sometimes. Right now he's being sweet, but he can also be a real dick. Right, we got to check to we're doing some checking to see if you're legitimate, right? Because I get some people around here who are trying to just like continually shit on me. So in various ways. Because Jaya, we thought, maybe still think, depending, that you might not actually be who you're representing yourself to be because we've had problems with somebody lately. So, hi, Mr. Masvicky from India. Welcome to California. This is the land of Yosemite. Hunter Biden impregnated an Iraqi refugee. Hey, Lander, $1,000. Okay, good. That's good to know. $1,000. Mr. Masviggy says $400 million, $4 million, $40 million. I don't know. Oh, those are donations. Yeah, you just gotta go ahead and use that super chat button there so that they're actual donations. 50 cents. That's halfway to $1. You're a good boy. Yes, but you can't stay here forever. You're gonna have to get down because I'm gonna have to. Time for me to pull some bowls. They say it's the thought that counts. And I thought about giving my paycheck. Well, thank you. That matters a lot. Go on, get down. There you go. All right, time for some bar reps. Hmm. Don't love that feeling. Thoughts on the difference between the colonialism between Spain and the Philippines in comparison to colonialism between England and Zimbabwe? I don't really know enough about either specific instance of colonialism to comment on it. I know that Zimbabwe had a lot of problems when they attempted radical land redistribution and caused runaway inflation in the process. I think it was Robert Mugabe. Is that their dictator's name? Thoughts on Tiananmen Square? Good question, Acacia. Good question. I think it's in China. Hi, Jaya. We already explained it to you. Nobody was trying to be mean to you. We thought you were somebody positioning yourself as a teenager because of stuff that's gone on the last few days around here. If you are legitimately who you claim to be, then are bad for being suspicious. Right. Well, that was the problem that ensued was when you go from having an economy predicated on actually producing crops and stuff to sell, and then you go to one where you're not producing anything, your money quickly becomes devalued because the total amount of wealth in the country is actually going down because people aren't doing productive work. Okay, Jaya. So I'm already back to thinking that you probably are not legitimately who you're representing yourself to be, but I really don't know. It's hard to say. No, because like let's say you got because the because wealth is unlike almost everything else. Wealth is first and foremost a metaphysical quality of that's understood as beholdens between people, Whereas money is the tangible representation of that wealth. So accordingly, if you have the same amount of wealth and the same amount of currency, it's worth whatever it's worth, right? But then if the total amount of wealth goes down or stays the same and the total amount of currency goes up, then you have inflation. Should we fix American inflation by letting Zimbabwe take over Idaho farms? That would not fix inflation. That would make it worse. I mean, maybe we could get the white farmers, the Zimbabweans, kicked out of Zimbabwe. They apparently know how to farm fine. Well, then I'd say they need to make a decision. Are they making wine or table grapes? Yes, we understand that you said hi. And in reply, I say 6'7". Do you worry that people from Zimbabwe will eat our cats and dogs? Zimbabweans don't eat cats and dogs. They eat meat in an open air market with flies all over it. That's what they eat. If you want to get meat at a market in many African countries at least, you're going to have to accept the fact that there's going to be a lot of flies on it. Well, I mean, yes, when there's less food or when demand outstrips supply for stuff like food, the prices are obviously going to go up, right? For food. But that has nothing to do with the value of the currency. The value of the currency becomes either more or less valuable depending on whether it carries more or less weight from the total wealth of the country. That's why you never eat steak tartare from meat you buy at the African meat market. Go ahead and cook it. Cook it very well. Do flies really carry disease? Have I ever got a disease from a fly? I don't know. No. A currency, so like, if you imagine a country starting from scratch with all people, no work has been done yet or anything, just people just suddenly appear, no work's been done, then the country would have zero wealth and would need zero currency. Once, let's say, this guy helps this guy build his house, then this guy owes him a certain amount of wealth. That is new wealth created in that country. So then the country needs currency to represent that wealth. Every time anybody does productive work for another person, they generate new actual wealth, which is not represented by money necessarily, right? And then the country's economic policy should be designed to infuse more currency into the economy at the same rate at which actual new wealth is generated. Well, I mean, the thing is, yeah, in America, almost all of the new wealth generated is wealth that is paid for with existing currency. But because the total amount of wealth in the country is going up, the Fed have to infuse a certain amount of currency into the economy every year just to keep to keep the value of the currency the same. That's why we had massive inflation, was because during COVID, everybody stopped working, but the government continued to infuse the same amount of currency into the economy. And that's why we had a delayed massive 10% inflationary crunch. RFK believes in miasma theory. What, the diseases caused by bad smells? That seems odd. No, currency is, I mean, in America, Federal Reserve notes, I guess, technically belong to the government, but that doesn't mean you're getting them on loan. The only way you have gotten anything on loan is if you have debt, right? But you can have currency without debt. Do I believe there are IQ differences between races? No, I don't believe there are races at all. Hello and cheers from the employee team at the fire factory. Oh, Three Green Charms is here. He's the one who figured out a way to mail fire in a box. I don't believe in IQ really either. Because, people do, you can measure some of the things that IQ includes are actually distinct skills that can be measured, like verbal reasoning skills or, um, I don't know, maybe some pattern recognition stuff. Do I believe there are ethnicities? I mean, I don't know what that means. Like, do I believe that all the people come from Japan look more like each other than they look like people from England? Yeah, sure, but that doesn't comprise an actually discrete set, right? There's no discrete set of people called black people or white people and like, Africa, for example, is home to the tallest people in the world, the shortest people in the world, the fattest, the skinniest, etc. But they're by and large all called black people. So yeah, I don't believe in race. Well, I mean, the thing is, because IQ, in a similar way that I don't believe in race, IQ is not measuring a discrete thing that you can discretely measure. It's arbitrarily putting a number to a combination score for several different kinds of ways of paying attention to something. Not necessarily distinct ways of paying attention, but some of them are. Um, and so the thing is, even if I did believe that there was something called generalized intelligence that IQ is measuring, the measurement would serve no purpose whatsoever, right? You can be correct, that means something. You can do things in an efficient way, that means something. Both those things might be called smart, but neither of them requires any particular ability, right? Like, I could be correct because I learned the correct information and remember it. I could be correct because I've done the work of being correct argumentationally. I could be efficient because someone else showed me how to be efficient on this, or I could be efficient because someone else, because I figured out how to be efficient myself. Why would that serve no purpose? Your intelligence determines the quality of your and everyone around you life, probably, I'd say. Well, like, the thing is, I know that I am an outlier in terms of ability in certain kinds of attentional things. For example, I can make up little songs with chords, words, and uh, melody on the fly better than 99.99999% of people. So is that part of my intelligence? It's not something that's measured. It may or may not be part of intelligence, but it's not something that's measured. It's not something that's measured by an IQ test, because an IQ test doesn't think of generative stuff as part of intelligence, even though there's no reason to exclude it. And in fact, to be creatively robust, in other words, to come up with novel ideas on the fly, is sometimes, depending on the context, the only kind of intelligence that matters. And other times, there's kind of intelligence that doesn't matter at all, right? So the thing is, it's better to understand ourselves as having attentional manners that are like reflexive strengths and weaknesses, because that's accurate. And it's a real thing that you're talking about. You're talking about ways in which people pay attention, and exclusivity is implicit to the mechanics of that. You're talking about intelligence in the case of getting along in society. Some people aren't smart enough to be peaceful and lawful and contributive in our society, I think. I mean, but if what you're saying about that Bullwinkle moose is correct, then you'd see that dumb people commit crimes and smart people don't, but that's not the case. There may be a lower range of intelligence below which somebody qualifies as retarded, where we don't view them as culpable for their own actions. My mother says my sister is smart while I'm intelligent. She knows my sister is an ISP and can re-drywall a house, and she knows I read a lot of books. That's her perception of intelligence. By their dress, I can, Winston, or their accent, but not by just their race, because this is the USA. Hi, trans alien. Oh, it's okay, Acacia. I am confident that that slip of the hand won't have any negative consequences. You don't think, and I have no idea, that prisons are full of 60 IQ, 80 IQ people? I mean, I don't know. It wouldn't shock me if you were to give IQ tests to a prison population, and then an IQ test an equivalent number of just randomly selected people who aren't in prison. It's certainly plausible that the population of people in the prison would score more, or have a lower average score on the IQ test than the control. But I really don't know. There might be some data on it. Regardless, you can never use somebody's IQ score to determine anything about them, right? Like, you might be 100 points smarter than me in terms of IQ, but that does not tell us anything about which one of us is correct about something. You might be 100 points smarter than me in terms of IQ, but it tells us nothing about which one of us can better figure out a solution to Mia, or any other specific trait, any other specific task that might be said to require intelligence. Being smart in that regard is kind of like being lucky. It may be the case that objectively there are a bunch of instances of you having been smart, but past performance is no guarantee of future outcome. Mostly, I think IQ is made up by some intuitives who wanted to be able to measure their strengths in the same way that, like, athletes can measure their strengths. Yeah, please, thank you. Merry Christmas. Okay, so we got some mail in the mail, which we'll put right there. What sorts of things does IQ even test for? I mean, it tests for some kinds of pattern recognition stuff and uh, and verbal reasoning skills, and I don't know what else. But the point is that if you want to talk about IQ in another kind of analogous way, you could say that saying somebody's IQ has an IQ score is like saying somebody has an athletics ability score. They may have a speed that they run. They may have a amount of weight they can lift. They may have an amount of pulls they can do. They may have a bunch of other measurable skills like jumping up from a standing position or wingspan or whatever. You can measure a lot of specific things, but to say that somebody has an athletic score that measures their overall athleticism is to pretend as though that doesn't necessarily express as something specific. You might find it useful to have some kind of composite score like that in athletics because you might say, well, we're going to draft a quarterback. We want one who's more of an athlete and less of a true pocket passer or something. But but the problem with that idea is that it's only conceivably useful in that very kind of specific context, and you don't have an equivalent thing for things that aren't athletics jobs. What's going on here with this? Drugs and mental issues play a huge role. Right, so, and it's also the case that, like with chimpanzees, so if you give, if you give a human child, like a toddler or something, you show them how to get into a box, but you make up some unnecessary things. Like, first you pat the box on this side, then on this side, then you turn this thing here and you open this and you take the thing out. Human children will continue to do the patting part even though it's unnecessary. Chimpanzees will quickly excise that from the uh, from the how to open it thing. In other words, they've got better TE and worse FE is one thing you could say. Chimpanzees are not uh, prone to making the mistakes of assuming the person who's showing them how to do something isn't fooling them, right? So does that mean chimpanzees are more intelligent than toddlers? No, it means that intelligence doesn't work as a general score any more than athleticism does. You could point out that somebody scores well on various specific athletics measurements, but it's not the same thing as having a general measurement. Human beings gave up some memory brain room when we left the tree instead of taller. Losing some memory brain cells allowed us to evolve a language. Hmm. Well, obviously, we never were in the trees. whatever species you imagine in the trees is not human. And accordingly, gave birth to nothing but its own kind. Okay, well, okay, yes, people can live in trees, but they have to render the tree more habitable as a space than just a tree. They're not really living in the tree, they're living in a tree house. No, I mean, look, we can say that some people are smarter than others if we want to, and we might mean something specific when we say that, but it's not the case that IQ is a good way to determine that. It depends what you value in terms of an intelligence metric. So, like, plenty of people would say Elon Musk must be way smarter than me. Look how much more successful he is. And I would say, well, he's less correct than me. How can someone own land? GWFP? How can someone own land? Well, you buy it and then you pay property taxes on it so you can retain it. I wanted to know your thoughts on the Earth Dog. I don't know the Earth Dog. I thought I was talking about Bilbo. Fair enough. Well, what makes it yours is that you have legal claim on exclusive right to yeah it. Ownership is a conceit that is specific to people. Animals might feel ownership, like in other words, a desire to retain possession, but they don't understand it in terms of ownership because they don't have the capacity to respect others' rights nor accordingly fulfill their duties. Right, but the fact that you're kicking him off of his land is what's implicit in ownership. The fact that it's extra legal, you know, comprises thievery or what have you. That is what makes it a matter. That's proof that you that the land was owned. Ownership is an issue of justice. Yeah, I mean, people like to have fun with those kind of arguments in general. Like, but does it really mean anything to say you own something, or does it mean something to say you have a right? Is a right real, or just something people made up? I mean, like every distinction that language makes, it's either making a real distinction or it's failing to make a real distinction. So, race is failing to make a real distinction. Ownership is making a real distinction. IQ is failing to make a real distinction. Whereas, um, whereas rights makes a real distinction. Those are two good examples, four good examples, I mean, two double examples. And what makes something make a real distinction? Well, it has to be operationalized into discrete things. So I have to be able to give you a means to test something to see if it qualifies as on this side of the distinction or this side. And that test has to 100% of the time fulfill its goal. Accordingly, there's no definition for fish because every definition of fish either excludes some things that we intuitively know are fish or includes things that we intuitively know are not fish. Accordingly, the term fish doesn't make a real distinction, but it's still something that we intuitively feel like it does. Well, a good definition or a useful definition, a real definition, is one that allows is a test that you can apply to an object of analysis to see if it qualifies as an example of the set. So, like, I define rights as that which confers a duty onto others. Is this a right? Does it confer a duty onto others? No. How about my my mia my how about control over that which I own? Is that a right? Well, because I own it, it confers a duty onto others not to steal it. So yes, that's a right. A privilege doesn't confer a duty onto others. It it's a duty that's taken on voluntarily. You can have civil rights that confer some kinds of duties, like the right to vote is not a natural right, it's implicit to the political process. And that confers a duty onto the government to allow eligible voters to access polls and cast a vote, I guess. Well, in the contemporary world, basically almost all land is either privately owned or publicly owned. So in the contemporary world, you get land by buying it. In the original world, before all land was owned by some party or another, it's called homesteading. You attain legitimate ownership of land by building a structure on it and farming that land and making it produce, making it produce produce. Well, there's that as well. If you go and take somebody else's land, then that's conquering. That's called plunder. Plunder is, by definition, rights violatory and an unjust way to attain things. Or by inheritance, sure. Then it's your hand if you take it, right? Or it's your land if you take it. I mean, people have acquired land in that way. In other words, yes, it is possible to steal things, including land, from people. And sometimes that theft works and they retain ownership of it after that fact. Even though they illegally acquired it, and any evaluation of justice on the matter would side with the original owner, perhaps. But over time, obviously, precedent of possession tends to predominate the question, or I mean, determine the question basically. Law doesn't apply to strength. Well, it is true that the the government is defined as that which has a monopoly on use of force. So if you've got other parties within your area who are actively using force in dispute with some other parties, then you don't have a clearly defined government, you've got anarchy. Do you feel guilty the founders were wasps and the USA is developed on stolen land? No, I had nothing to do with it. You know, I don't even know if any of my ancestors had anything to do with that, but it's possible. But even if they're, even if I did have ancestors who were responsible for that, I still wouldn't feel guilty because I cannot be responsible for other people's agency. And the other thing to remember is just because things were done unjustly in the past is not a justification to do them unjustly now. So, like, um, somebody stole this land in Oklahoma from some Indians way back when, but it's gone through many owners since then. And at this point, it's well established in precedent that the legitimate that taking legitimate possession of that land requires it to be purchased from the previous owner. There's no reason to do anything unjustly now, just because things were unjust once. Well, it is true that the most powerful armed group will become the government. That's what whoever has the monopoly on use of force becomes the government. Sometimes that government plays out in horribly rights violatory ways, like North Korea, and sometimes it plays out in individual affirming and liberty affirming ways, like hopefully in America. We're not discussing religious morality at all. I'm only talking about negative rights morality. In other words, duties that prohibit one from interfering in a variety of ways. And that's a purely rational kind of morality. You don't need any kind of magical thinking frame to correctly determine um, moral status based on rights. Whereas you do need some kind of non rational frame to make determinations for yourself regarding positive moral indications, which is to say, stuff you should do, whether you should give to this charity or that charity or no charity. These are questions that don't universalize, the answers to which don't universalize. Whereas what one ought not do, that which is morally impermissible, those things generally universalize. I mean, they do universalize, otherwise, it wouldn't have the status morally impermissible. And when people question it and say, well, like, oh, but that's just made up or something like that, they're not getting the way it all works. It's like it's it's true that we could write 4 plus 4 equals 8 and have the plus sign actually be a symbol that looks like a star, and the equal sign be a symbol that looks like a, a standing up rectangle. And if if those were the symbols we assigned to those things, then yes, math would look different in terms of the symbols would visually look different. But the same concepts would be expressed by those symbols, those different symbols. So in that regard, rights is the same way. The distinction made between an actual thing that's a right versus, say, a reasonable expectation, a privilege, or a entitlement, or something like a duty or whatever, is the distinction is there to be made because it's a real distinction. If we didn't use the term rights, we'd use some other words. Do I think the USA is as great as it is because of the morality and culture of our founding fathers, specifically everything that came from their waspiness? No, I think the strength of America is its commitment to individualism and individual liberty. Um, that is those that frame of reference exists independent of any culture. Like any culture could manifest it, or more importantly, any individual within a culture could manifest that paradigm uh, to be preferred over communitarian paradigm or something. I like Kim Jong Un math. 1 plus 1 equals a bigger one. Is that what it equals? 41 to 3. Tulane is just getting absolutely stumped. Putty Cat's gonna win this argument with me if this keeps going on. Most importantly, Bullwinkle Moose, it doesn't matter what the origins of these values are, right? To the extent that you're an American upholding American values, you're upholding individualism and liberty. It doesn't matter what kind of American you are, and it doesn't matter at all what intellectual tradition those values came from, because that's not what makes them worth upholding. I mean, the thing is, there's people tend to be have a lot more similarities based on all kinds of things other than ethnic background or ancestors or whatever. Like you're gonna find more commonalities in terms of like spheres of career vocation than you are in terms of race, so-called race. And yeah, religion's gonna correlate with certain cultural things. Like um, Islam does not correlate with individualism very well at all. No, you're correct. They could have said they could have chosen not to prioritize religious freedom, freedom of speech, and those other things. Why did they choose to prioritize those things? Because they were smart and correct. That's the only reason we need to know, really. If you want to trace an actual answer beyond that, it would be something like it was reactive against certain kinds of rights violatory behavior that was happening in England at the time, right? But that's again not informative about in any good way because you're trying to highlight the contributions of some group that you probably identify with and thereby minimize the contributions of some other group you don't identify with for reasons that only you can possibly come up with. I have no idea why. What do you think you're accomplishing by doing that? No, no, I mixed English and South American. I'm literally just exploring. I'm sorry. I know you don't. You're not offending me. I'm just saying that usually that line of thinking, it it's somebody trying to boogeyman. You know, somebody trying to boogeyman immigrants or whatever group they don't like. That's those darn French people. They come over here and they ruin America with their boo this and La Playa that. I mean, La Plage. The Baron. Well, because WASP means White Anglo-Saxon Protestant. So what what part of their whiteness made them correct? No part of their whiteness made them correct. To the extent that their English coming from England helped make them correct, it was because of bad shit that was they were doing in England, not because England was right about stuff. Sure, Western rationalist citizen democracy kind of thinking comes, emerges from the Enlightenment period and the rise of writers like Voltaire and stuff, and that's a good thing. I mean, it's not a good thing or a bad thing that's where it came from, but it's good to know that it's primarily a Western European movement towards rationalism and away from and towards egalitarianism too, and away from communitarianism or like dynastic control, stuff like that. And it is true that it remains the single best approach to governance in society that you prioritize individual rights and uh, and localized community standards to the extent that you have community standards. They should be determined by the local community. Stuff that's basically stuff that is a crime. Uh, that's not determined according to a standard. So yeah, is our way best? Yes. Why is it best? Because any other way gives some people too much say and some people too little say. Because it's saying we all need to do what the team says, but we're not all going to be the deciders of what the team says. So it's best we localize and decentralize our ideas of group as best as possible. Seems evident I'm not judging, I'm just using my eyes. Are you implying I'm a liar or something, Winston? I'm confused, honestly. I'm not saying you're a liar, but I know you asked Winston's mom, not me, but the thing is, I'm a little hesitant to lionize the West too much because it it seems kind of exclusionary. Like the best ideas are the best ideas for everybody. It doesn't matter where they came from. Like rock and roll music may have been predicated originally on like blues played by black people in certain areas of the country and such, but that's not informative at all about anything. It doesn't inform us about who's gonna do a better job or a worse job of making the music. It doesn't inform us at all about anything. Inclusion works until you don't like being around someone. Well, look, I'm not what I'm what I'm saying about communitarianism is that it's exclusive of some individual's individualism in ways that harm everybody. Whereas with individualism, each party, because of the decentralization of it, has more capacity to embrace who they are and less obligation to the community. So individualism is inclusive of every individual, whereas communitarianism is really only inclusive of some individuals. And we can see how wonderful individualism is when we think about the alternatives on either side of it. Like maybe you've got some religious conservatives who want to control women and make them be like barefoot and pregnant or whatever. Maybe you've got some leftists who want to force wokeness onto your media project and make you cast it with all black people or something. It doesn't matter because individualism sides with you over any of those group claims, right? That don't comprise actual rights issues. Individualism has the benefit of saying, if you think that it's a good idea to do this thing, you do it. You don't need to get us to do it. You can do it yourself. I think that's an important message to remind voters at all times and politicians. Before you start spending public money doing things, maybe you go spend your money doing it. Or you want to earmark this many billions of dollars for this school lunch program or something. How many school lunches have you paid for this year out of your pocket? Because I bet if you really devoted as much attention to scraping up funds for you to buy school lunches, that you have much more of an impact that's positive for everybody than your advocacy. I agree with you in the sense that Jesus made his father give up on trying to force everybody. I mean, you agree that Christians as a whole have that attitude being that they need to teach and lead the world? I mean, maybe they do. My message on Christianity is I'm a Christian. That does not mean I have any opinion about what you should be. I don't know what you should be. That's for you to figure out. I think the religion that's most in the contemporary world, most most like corrosively invasive is Islam because it's fundamentally a communitarian religion. It does not prioritize individual rights. It prioritizes obligation to the sacred rather than the primacy of the secular in terms of governance, which you have to have the secular have primacy in terms of governance, obviously, because the sacred comprises what you determine from magical thinking frames, and magical thinking frames are predicated on faith. Faith is belief in the absence of evidence, and faith is contrary evidence. So obviously, you can't use that as some kind of decision making um, standard because every interpretation of it is equally valid. I think the foundation of this country is based on manifest destiny in a way that attitude subconsciously carries over with us. I mean, certainly it's the case that the colonial powers did a lot of justification of their conquering by saying they needed to Christianize the heathens, right? That used to be the case, but nowadays Christianity is in a more mature stage of development than it was back then. The open society. Is anything other than a totally open society a backward slope to the Holocaust of World War II? Well, no. I mean, in general, openness, transparency are critical components of democratic accountability forums, be they courts, legislative bodies, science. But I don't know. There are plenty of advocates for privacy. I am not one. Privacy is something that you have a reasonable expectation of in certain contexts, and it's something that you can attain by your property rights, but it is not a right in and of itself. And I don't think in general society benefits from more privacy. I think it suffers from more privacy because while plenty of people who want privacy are doing perfectly normal, fine things, nobody ever openly does horrible, evil, toxic shit, right? They try to hide it all the time. People who are committing crimes, they try to be as secretive as possible. That doesn't mean everybody's being secretive as committing crimes, but it's hard to sustain a criminal underclass in a fully transparent society. All right, so you're using a term of art. Okay, fine. a dynamic system inclined towards moral universalism, which he contrasted with an open society with what he called a closed society, a closed system of law, morality, or religion. Bergson suggested if all traces of civilization were to disappear, the instincts of the closed society for including or excluding others would remain. Um, okay. The thing is, we don't really need a particularly dynamic anything when it comes to moral universalism. All of your moral universals are derived from rights and either contractually attained positive rights or negative rights. But I mean, look, negative moral obligation, like moral obligations and moral prohibitions, are definitionally universal if they're adjudicated correctly. And the other things that one might talk about are either moral permissibilities or moral indications that don't universalize. So we should, a system of law regarding criminal matters, anyway, should reach maturity to a certain point and need very little adjusting thereafter. Well, you know what? Regardless, Winston's mom, I'm confident Jesus will forgive them. That's what he does. He says, hey, I forgive you. Well, Casey Jones, maybe you should stop worrying so much about whether they're Christian enough and start worrying about whether you're Christian enough. Okay? Because we don't know best for other people whether they should be Christian. They know best what they should be. Thanks, Winston's mom. I appreciate that. The idea of an open society was further developed during World War II by the Austrian-born Jewish philosopher Karl Popper. Popper saw it as part of a historical continuum reaching from the organic tribal or closed society through the open society marked by a critical attitude toward tradition to the abstract or depersonalized society lacking all face-to-face interaction transactions. I mean, I don't think our society is becoming. I don't think it's to to some extent it's less upholding the general definition of open society that you're referring to here. And to some extent, it's more upholding of it. The freedom of, I mean, the free flow of information by the internet has added additional mechanisms of accountability and such, and and is maximally empowered individualism at its finest. Why do we have to pretend that other cultures aren't contrary to ours? We certainly don't have to pretend that. There's little disputing that almost all Islamic countries have have a horrible record on, say, human rights when it comes to freedom of conscience, right? Atheists and such get prosecuted, can't talk shit about Islam when they're getting criminally charged with something. So we'd we can acknowledge that Islamic countries, almost without exception, display at least some of the harms of communitarianism because their religious tradition doesn't prioritize giving Caesar his due slash letting secular matters be handled by secular institutions. Accordingly, it doesn't benefit from the accountability forums of a Western secular tradition and ends up retaining fucked up communitarian states of being at the expense of individuals who want to be otherwise. Like, I don't think you're going to see any gay pride parades in Egypt anytime soon. Why not? Because they think it's fine to have a moral position about someone's behavior, even if that behavior is not rights violating. And they think it's fine to criminalize that behavior, even if that behavior is not rights violating. And it's true in the West, we're guilty of some of that too. For example, drugs being criminalized, even though buying or taking drugs is not rights violating in any way. So it is perfectly fine for us to point out ways in which other paradigms don't work in terms of the only value we should absolutely uphold at the top, which is justice. Browns is my team. Well, I'm watching college football. I actually don't really like the NFL that much, although I do watch some NFL. I'm much more of a college football fan. I'm actually watching the end of this blowout. Ole Miss just shoved their foot down the throats of Tulane. I guess Putty Cat was right. Tulane did not belong in the college football playoff. All right, Putty Cat, you're right, you're right. You're right, you're right. I still think that we have to let in little teams, though. Okay. Yes, Tulane got stomped by Ole Miss. But I think we have to let in some of the little teams into the college football playoffs that aren't from the Big Ten or the SEC because, after all, Division One college football includes a lot of different conferences, way more teams than could possibly play each other, and you have to let everybody have at least some chance to get into the college football playoff if they play their schedule out well enough. And so I still think it's a good idea to let in teams like Tulane and James Madison into the college football playoff. I'm planning to clip that as a short, a little bit of that. Tulane and James Madison. Right? I mean, I can see Putty Cat's point. Obviously, nobody wants to watch Ole Miss stomp Tulane 41-10. But Michael says, you'd think the heavyweight championship of the world would be a competition about who is the heaviest. But it's actually a competition of punches. You make a good point there. They should rename it the punching championship. The punching championship for heavy people. How heavy? I think it's 200 pounds, right? Is the limit for heavyweight? You'd think it would be heavier than that, but I think it's just 200 pounds is a heavyweight. I would not be a heavyweight. I'm clocking in at about 185. I think that's such a brilliant writing style. Being in IDOM is great for visualizing a story. As I read the story, it comes to life. That's why I love to read. It's not just in IDOMs who visualize stories. My mom was an ISFJ, and I remember a conversation we had when I was a kid. Like, she was saying, "Don't you love it how when you read a book, it's like a movie in your head?" I was like, "That's not how it is for me. That's how it was for her, I guess." I'm not good at visualizing things. Now, keep in mind, I was a voracious reader. I read so many books, but not because I saw them as a movie in my head. Just returned as saw Jai's sick insults. I don't think I saw them. Wait, was one of them dumb? Did you call me dumb? Maybe I did see them. One of them was a P with a bunch of asterisks. Dumbo. Yeah, okay, I did see them actually. What do you think that second one means? it doesn't. It doesn't spell either the P words I would think it would spell, does it? Have I seen Pulp Fiction? You mean Pulp Fiction? I have seen Pulp Fiction. It doesn't have an extra letter. One too many asterisks for that. I think it does have one too many asterisks for that, unless you typed the wrong number of asterisks. If you copied and pasted it, then I think it has one too many asterisks. But if you just typed it in yourself, then probably you added an extra asterisk. Yeah, that's probably what happened. Okay. I'm going to assume then he had the right number of asterisks. Then okay, I can accept either. It was either penis or pussy, but I'm not sure which one. Do they both have the same number of letters? They do. They do. We could also have meant pencil, maybe? No, wait, that's one too many, right? No, that's one too many. Pencil has one too many. Um, Pinup. Pinup. Could be that. 30 minutes till the kickoff of the JMU Oregon game. Even though Oregon's a Big Ten team, I kind of can't help but root for JMU just because they're such big underdogs. No, I don't think that's the same guy. I don't have any good reason but my intuition, but I don't think that's the same guy. Because it's like that would be a lot of if it was the same guy in another sock puppet account, that would be a an oddly well developed sock puppet account. He's not demonstrated any particular tendency to do that. So January 1st, Georgia versus Ole Miss. Georgia won the regular season matchup by 8 points. Someone was harassing me. How and why? Um, they just come in here and like spam post accusations that I'm a predator and stuff, and then come back in a million different sock puppet accounts. Like remarkable amount of persistence. We were trying to figure out who it was, but that's fine. It's not a big deal. It's like people aren't going to get me too upset generally by accusing me of things that I'm in no way, shape, or form guilty of. No sane person would ever think I'm guilty of, and um, I don't feel obviously any guilt, so it doesn't upset me that much. But it's still obviously the worst kind of defamation you can make about somebody, really. Who knows why? But my take on it is it's somebody who doesn't like me because I corrected them or called them dumb or something like that. Um, I guess dismissed their truth, so to speak. And they obviously have some kind of toxic ways because otherwise they wouldn't engage in that kind of wicked defamation. I'm not worried about anything. I just it came up because um, the guy was around for the last couple of days so much that we're we're just kind of like waiting for him to show back up again and launch into another sequence of sock puppet accounts. So we thought maybe that kid might be either one of his faces or presumably potentially his actual self, but I don't think so. I have no idea. I have no idea exactly who it is. I'm curious too, though. I'm curious. I've had people in the past just hate me beyond all measure. Like for example, this guy named Queen's Gambit, who that was one of his names he had, um, who would go to great lengths to try to invalidate what I'm saying, slash negate me, or say I'm crazy or whatever. So this isn't the first such guy. I've also had crazy people accuse me of crazy shit for absolutely no reason before. Like this Michael Smith character who, after I type policed Melissa Talks, accused me of being a rapist. Why? Because I type policed her. So, people are dumb as fuck sometimes. And they accordingly have an incredibly weak relationship with language, such that they just mindlessly use it as a weapon, regardless of the legitimacy of their attacks. A&M comes back. Oh my goodness, not quite. They got close. Let's see. Did they punch it in? Third and goal. Is it picked off? It's picked off. That's the end of the game. Miami won. I know I am quite easygoing, but uh, some people see me as maybe an if affront to their equal legitimacy. Like, somebody like Jeff Shaw who was around before this most recent guy. They might be the same, but it's a different MO. It's hard to say. Jeff Shaw's got a lot of MOs, but he would he really wanted to have equal validity and legitimacy with what he said about typology, except everything he said was wildly wrong. He had no introverted thinking and wasn't, and just, he didn't know anything. But he, classic Dunning Kruger, didn't seem to know that he knew so little about anything that he didn't seem to know how little he knew. Most of all, what he knew was that he needed to take Eric down a notch. Of course, that never happened because, you know, the things I'm talking about, there's no notching involved. It's like, if I'm wrong, all you have to do is win the argument about something, be correct, I will adopt your position. No, Jeff Shaw didn't seem to know his typology stuff at all either. He never said anything. He just said things like, "Oh wow, SE." Eric was constantly misidentifying extroverted sensing, but not saying why or what I was. He would constantly say nothing except Eric's wrong for enigmatic reasons, and mostly because he needs to learn from Jeff Shaw. Hello again. No, I don't think he was an INFP. I don't know what type he. Oh, he's ESFP, I think. And not the first ESFP I've had problems with. I think it's quite possible Melissa Tosh was an ESFP. Certainly, Club ESFP is an ESFP. Those two people both had big problems with me, and so does Touch slash Jeff Shaw. And they're all, as far as I can tell, ESFPs. Jeff Shaw might be an NFP, I guess, but seems pretty ESFP to me. Especially when there was one occasion when he tried to come in and it seemed like he was trying to demonstrate extroverted intuition, like saying, "What do they do with the cheese from the holes in the Swiss cheese?" or something like that. It's like, oh God, will you not, please? INFP problems tend to be uh, problems of executive function stuff. You know, they have trouble with procrastination, getting stuff done, checking stuff off a list, being impactful. That's the main problem with INFPs. I tend to like INFPs a lot, and I tend to respect them because they're my supervisor type. You're an INFP? I mean, you might be. I don't tend to think I know what someone's type is unless I've typed them. But the only thing we have to real is real itself. Sure. No, I don't feel supervised. I feel like I'm in safe hands, actually. Like, the other night, you were all like, let's talk about something more pleasant, or I don't know. You do a good job of trying to redirect things away from conflict. Sometimes I notice. I think that's a good thing. Oh, you slipped again. I see. Never mind. I was thinking you were talking about something else. No, we should not privatize sidewalks, and we should not, in general, privatize all the public space at all. I'm a big believer in national parks, state parks, recreation areas, and stuff like that. It's important that people have wild spaces as public land to do stuff on. We should, however, prevent people from camping on the sidewalks. That's not what they're for. Well, personally, I'm I- I'm not somebody to ever be generally in favor of federalizing things, but I actually think that when it comes to homeless services, they ought to be centrally provided in one location and somewhere in the country. And then municipalities should financially facilitate people getting to that location. That would be the best way to deal with it. That way you don't have to particularly violate rights or anything. You simply say, look, this city that you are currently in, we have no services for you because all the services are centrally located over there. You cannot camp on the sidewalk. But we will give you this free bus ticket to go to the services. It's it's a good compromise, right? You don't force anybody to go there, right? Yeah, and you can't fix homelessness, but you can do things to reduce the amount of suffering associated with it. And there are some people who prefer that lifestyle. There should be accordingly, if they want to do that, then you can camp on the sidewalks in homeless town. I mean, most of all, the key thing here is nobody gets forced to go there. They get incentivized to go there. I mean, I'm compassionate about the whole subject a lot. I feel like it's a sign that there's something not going right with the country if we've got a lot of people living on the streets. Casey Jones, technically, no, it's not Portland, but that's a good joke. No, I've never been homeless or homeless, so, but, I'm terrified of the possibility. Maybe not actively, like, I'm worried about it becoming a reality in practice, but we need to open up insane asylums too. I don't think most people with mental illness want to be in an insane asylum. And I think that locking people up in an insane asylum is only conceivably justified if they committed crimes and have been found guilty by reason of mental defect. Yeah, Casey Jones, it, I mean, it's not a terrible idea, but it's also not really a necessary idea. People who want to do that, they can do that. They'll find a way to do that, you know? Well, I mean, nobody, nobody wants to be imprisoned, you know? And I think that putting people in an asylum because they have mental health problems comprises some sort of extra legal punishment of them, and except in certain, yeah, as you know. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate your reassurance. I'm not super worried about it per se for myself, but um, I've always found the notion just absolutely terrifying. I call it an insane asylum. You can call it um, a mental, what do I call that? Convalescence, uh, ontological convalescence home. Feliz Navidad. You found homelessness terrifying or insane asylums? The thing is, it's like if you're young enough, it's conceivably a phase you could go through as you know, like if you run away from home or something, then and you are like 12 to 16 years old. Back in the day, it's like I was watching a YouTube video where talking about this the guy who caught the first baseball thrown off the top of the Washington Monument. This used to be a thing they did until this accident, which ended this thing. But there's one guy he caught a baseball thrown from the top of the Washington Monument. He's a catcher for one of the professional baseball teams at the time. Anyway, he had ran away from home at 15 to go fight in the Spanish American War. So it's like for him, he was, a teenager off on his beginning of his life adventure, etc. If he had some periods of time where he didn't have a place to call home, he was young enough to figure it out. Once you get to a certain age, then you got to have things the way that you expect them to be, kind of, hide in plain sight for clicks. Yeah, well, I've seen some of those things too. Like somebody makes uh, like a camping thing that looks like a dumpster and stays in it, and then, like people will come by and put trash in the dumpster, but that part is is like actual trash on top there. So they don't know that there's anybody inside of it. So yeah, you're technically homeless as an adult if you're not on a lease. What about if you own your home? No, I don't want to go anywhere with Jared from Subway. So yeah, this baseball thing. There's this trend of let's see how high we can throw a baseball from and have somebody catch it. The problem is, oh right, well yeah, if okay, I feel you. Yeah, you may have a place to crack to lay your head at night, but it doesn't necessarily mean you have your own place that you can call your home. Um, so they threw it from the top of the Washington Monument. They threw it from the top of some tall building in Chicago. Also in San Francisco, they threw it from the top of a tall building that was like only 400 and some odd feet. And then, they decided the San Francisco Seals, which were a baseball team at the time, a professional baseball team, I guess, they decided that they were going to set the record for catching a ball from the highest dropping spot. So they had a blimp that started dropping baseballs onto their field. Of course, the thing is, you drop a baseball from that high up, it doesn't like go straight down. It gets caught by the wind, it blows all around. So the first one that they dropped from the balloon, it went into the stands, broke, hit the like bench of the stands, and shattered this big, heavy wooden bench. So that's how. Um, that's well, yeah, it's dangerous. I don't know. At some point, it reaches terminal velocity. I don't know if they got high enough up so that going any higher would make no difference or not. But regardless, their whole team was out on the field trying to catch it. But as soon as that happened and shattered the bench, everybody on the team ran back and hid in the dugout except for one guy, and he was the guy who had who caught the most baseballs when they had thrown it from the top of this tall building in San Francisco. And he kept standing there and he lined it up and he missed it and it hit him in the jaw. It shattered his whole jaw and knocked all of his teeth out. And and they never did that kind of thing again after that. They never sort of like, let's see how far we can drop it and have somebody still catch it. Anyway, but that guy, it took him a long time to recover from this, like months. The rest of the season he was out. His jaw was so shattered that they had to sew it together with surgical wire. But he actually went to spring training the next year, and then he said it took him a couple of weeks to get the yips out. Like he was skittish when he'd go up for a pop fly or something. And but then he ended up getting over it, and he played for several more seasons. So, well, yeah. And the reason he stayed on the field, he said, was I saw everybody running back in the dugout, but I thought to myself, well, God hates a coward. So they did do it again finally in 2013, but in 2013, when the guy did it, um, he 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 had on like full on protective gear all over him, like catcher's mask, padding on his shoulders, everything, a super fat glove, everything, right? But that guy, he didn't have anything on except he just had his glove and he missed the ball. Hit him right in the face. Yeah, he was traumatized. But he got over it and we continued to play professional baseball for several more seasons. So good for him. And later on, he was a coach in baseball. And he'd say to his players, "Get out there and play fearlessly, but don't do anything dumb like trying to catch a baseball from a blimp." I'm not Jewish, Black Slave. Thank you, Winston's mom. So, yeah, the first time somebody finally did catch a baseball off the Washington Monument after years of trying was, I believe, 1908. They finished it somewhere in the late 1800s, I guess. No more blimp balls. Is someone firing baseballs out of bazookas? Not that I know of. They're dropping them from blimps and tall buildings. God hates a coward, yeah. Well, I mean, in that instance, it was pretty clear that God did not love a brave guy because the brave guy got his jaw shattered by a baseball. I visualized it happening and it was funny. But I discovered this channel earlier today that I've watched several of his videos now. I forget what it's called. Oh, it's called Dime Store Adventures. And he made the video about this trend of this that went on for a while, people catching baseballs thrown from tall buildings. And then he also made a video about the old wives' tale that I guess people genuinely used to believe in a lot, like a lot, that cats, if you were sleeping with the cat, then it might climb on your chest and kill you by stealing your breath, by sucking your breath away. And in fact, there are multiple instances where that's the cause of death listed in coroner's reports. Had breath sucked by cat. That's not true. It's not true. Okay? Cats do not suck away your breath. If you just think about it, a cat's mouth is not big enough to cover your mouth and nose. So even if they manage to suck some air out of your mouth for some reason, you still be able to breathe in through your nose. And also, um, some people back in the day disagreed with this. They said, no, cats don't suck your breath away. The way that cats kill you actually is by breathing into your lungs because their breath is like chloroform. They sneak up on you and suck your last breath when you need it the most. Kittens can steal your soul. Well, you know, a lot of, like, there's one case where apparently a mass murder would be my guess, but where the newspaper story said this guy entered into this room where his 5 kids were, and 4 of them had already been killed by having cats suck their breath away, and the cat was busy sucking the breath out of the baby. Obviously, that's not how those kids died. I'm sorry. We're talking about cats and whether they can suck the breath out of you. It was widely believed back in the olden days that such that if people saw a cat in the bedroom with a baby, for example, they'd freak out and throw it out the window and such. Right, it's likely that somebody was like having struggle breathing, and the cat may have come over to investigate, and then the person went in there and said, "Oh my God, your cat is sucked away your breath." And that's how they always described it too, as sucking away your breath. This is strawberry lemonade, is what this is. Strawberry lemonade is the flavor. There's 100 milligrams of THC in here, but I'm not going to drink the whole thing. Coach Eric has mentioned doing a year-end wrap-up video. What has been your favorite TWFP moment in 2025? Mine went to pond pudding. His favorites are multi-way conversations with her host Eric joining the host thing. Well, thanks guys for having favorites. I appreciate it. Does life begin at 40? Mine began sort of at 42 when I quit drinking, although I feel like I've had multiple lives at this point. There was the period of time when I was before I was married to my first wife, during my first marriage, while I was raising Delilah after that marriage when she was a kid, when she was a teenager, etc. It's like I've had a lot of lives, it seems like. But I'm on my third wife. That's a very, very pro-life stance. It's a very pro-choice stance, Bullwinkle, J. Moose. Your new life began at 44, well, really 37. Keisha has apparently clipped her favorite moment. Let's find out what it is. This is a good one. And that is how the doves cry. Yes, that's what it means to say that life begins at 42. Is that prior to 42, you can abort somebody. That's how the doves cry. I'm not wincing or drinking. It's actually fine tasting. It's just that in general, I'm having a little bit of, like, I try to swallow carefully and stuff because my mouth is healing. And in fact, I just today, just like not that long ago, I started having a little bit of a problem with what I think is this spot where it's into my sinuses, essentially. Jam on it while popping and locking. I don't know. Jam on it is. This has little lines on it so you can measure the dosage. Buddy Cat, even before you got here, I was saying, I guess Putty Cat was right about Tulane. We'll see about James Madison. Yeah, I have still been salt rinsing. But maybe I could do so again right now. I've been doing a pretty good job of everything I'm supposed to do. It's just that when the dentist pulled out this molar back here that I had a crown on, he basically opened up a passage directly into my sinus, which I think he's secured with by just, I don't know if he put a bone graft in here or what, but it's been fine all the way until earlier today, just since I got home from Merced. When I bent over to do something, I felt like this little twinge there. When I feel a little twinge there. It's not even a pain exactly. It's like this feeling of the pressurization in my sinuses going weird. You haven't finished everything yet? You still saw it very print on occasion? Yeah, so this is kind of distressing, but It's not currently a major problem. I'm just trying to be careful. So you're still waiting on your final teeth, Acacia? Well, these recommended just salt rinsing. Do you know there's a channel called Watching Talking with Fan People? No, I did not know that. Is it about watching this channel? All right, good enough. You got your main ones just back bottom. All the guy does is watch your archives and comments on them. Huh? You're just kidding? Okay. I mean, it wouldn't shock me because I do have a channel called TWFP Archives. Maybe Acacia is actually the Tooth Fairy. My SI plugin has been overwhelmed this past week. Too much stimulation, including a classic New York bus altercation. Profane and iconic. Did you say, I'm walking here? That's classic New York. Well, James Madison busts a big run. Maybe this game will be more interesting. No, thank you. What is it going? Well, people have described the Tooth Fairy as having a peg leg. Yeah. You can always tell it's a Tooth Fairy walking around your room if your room has hardwood floors. Ribbon and Acacia are definitely not each other. They are each of themselves. No, the Tooth Fairy's not gay. He's a fairy. Obviously, fairies, in order to perpetuate their species, have to be heterosexual, and at least some of them, right? Fumble? Don't fumble. It was a very multi-ethnic experience, and I was right smack dab in the middle. No fish started flying. It was all growls and barks. And that would be fifth dimensional, I think. Hi, Rachel. I love you too. Go for it, James Madison. I doubt your ability to stop Oregon, so you might as well just go for it on this 4th and 2 or 4th and 3 or whatever. Um, I'm not sure. I don't think fairies even have that word in their language. Oh, Steve. He got it. He's there. That's first down. That's a first down. I haven't yet heard of a fairy being accused of cultural appropriation. The picture just seems to be a white circle to me. Growl and bark, bark and growl. Oh! Ooh, Danger Town. No, we weren't discussing any libertarian candidates. We were discussing individualism slash, uh, you know, secular liberty focused. Lots of people doing Christmas stuff at the Football Hall of Fame. Well, Rachel and I went to Merced today. We haven't done any Christmas stuff today, but we did get a Christmas ornament for the tree from the weed store. And well, the reason we never take you in the car with us anywhere is because between here and the highway and a couple different spots along the way from here to Merced, there's no service. We would drop as soon as we got out of the range of our Wi-Fi. Good job, James Madison. Ooh, almost first down. Almost. They gave us a Christmas ornament as a present, and we will put it on the tree.
Oh yeah.
Maybe after Rachel's done eating her meal.
No.
We got some matches as well. I don't know, Bullwinkle moves. I think you got it. You got it. No, we haven't hung it yet. I'll show it to you. Well, hey, and Rachel's done with her eating. Okay. Can you not, please? Steve, can you just not? Rachel just got up. She just woke up from a nap, and nobody wants to be evaluated by you like that, okay? So just knock it off. Well, this is the ornament we got. See, it says cookies on it, which is where we went.
Pretty nice, actually, for free.
Yeah, it is. Pretty nice. It would be cute to have a bunch of pinners spread around the tree, mixed in with the tinsel, or maybe a big handful of substitute for the pickle. During our first time ride on the Manhattan subway, my child ESFP encountered a crazy person who was shouting, "It's my birthday," and she yelled back, "Happy birthday," and everyone riding groaned. We got these drinks. These things.
Mm-hmm.
You
You have them?
I've had as much as I'm going to have. I had this much or so. If you want the rest of it, or you get your own if you want, if you prefer, Tidings for thee and thy Christmas pickle.
Mhm.
If you could build a time machine and put the cat back in the bag, would you? No, just try to deal with things as they are. Don't start the whole game over. Fourth and six, they're gonna have to kick a field goal. Still, if they can kick a field goal, it would be a 3-point game. I just don't know how much faith I have in James Madison's defense. A pickle is hidden somewhere on the tree, and the first child to find it gets to open the first present. That sounds like a good way to have a bunch of children's hands knocking ornaments off and pine needles falling all over the place. That sounds like a horrible idea. A pickle in the Christmas tree. That sounds like an equivalently bad idea to hiding eggs in the yard. A very sinister decision to win, huh? Win what? Since James Madison has university in his name, should Dolly Madison have one too? No, Dolly Madison has had some cakes instead. Uh, I guess I have to reincarnate the toy. It's gonna be the Tiffany. Look how we're calling us, you're even done. It would be horrible to be reincarnated as the operation guy in the operation board game. True. I could also stand being reincarnated as shoots and ladders. Operation Sphincter. Yes, Rachel is eating a bowl of cereal. It's a German tradition, which means the children are all well behaved because, or else. So it's done to exacting specifications. It will be fun, or else. Did I ever color raw eggs? No. That would be ill advised, you know? If some family were to attempt to color and hide raw eggs, it's going to be a big mess. Did I like to play Connect the Dots? Not that I recall. The next football game after this one tonight is uh, New Year's Eve. Have you ever played King Egg? No, I don't think so. What keeps a person from eating cake every day? Uh, well, for me, yeah, somewhat recently I started trying to watch my sugar intake. But prior to that, it would be the fact that cake goes bad after a little while. So, you got to eat it fast. There are bowl games, but the next college football playoff game, I meant to say. Did I ever fast as a child? No.
Should you put the thing on the tree?
Yeah, sure, that's it. All right, everybody, let's go enjoy a festive Christmas activity. Where do you think it should go, Rachel?
I'm not sure. We have one here, and then we have one here.
How about up here?
Okay.
Right there?
Yeah, that's nice.
Looking pretty good. You can see we've got all silver and red, but except for the 3 ornaments we've added. This one actually is kind of in keeping with it with the white and red.
Mm-hmm.
This one we got from Rachel's mom. It's silver. But this one is blue. And that's fine, even though it doesn't go with our color scheme. Same how we do. That's when 2 people put their eggs against the others, the one that doesn't crack is king. What if they both crack?
Mm-hmm.
Then there is no king? Yeah, she did do all of those ornaments. I said that Rachel's mom got us that one ornament. She got us all of those ornaments except for 2 of them. You know, Rachel is Slovakian for almighty ruler of the blind. I did not know that. I didn't know the blind had a ruler. Oh, they usually don't. One usually wins. Well, I guess must be built into eggs so they don't, there's 2 eggs and they bump into each other. I'm not sure. Dwarves and DVDs? Is that a store? Pretty conservative parents, but they weren't overly micromanaging. The DVD store was back in Florida, the Circus Winters in Sarasota. Growing up, running into circus people was not unusual by the time I had a skin kid, ESFP they were. Wow. Yeah, that guy is not very bright. I mean, especially in the context of I'm sitting here with my wife, chatting with friends on the internet. It seems overtly contrafactual. Inversion color blindness. In Slovakia, we call blind leading blind a dark conga line. I like that. They can't see black and white. No grayscale things are visible to them. That's a very FI style attack, too. It's like, still pretty nice. Your parents got everyone to play nice and take turns. We got discipline only later in life. I think as kids it was a free for all. Chat was disconnected briefly, but it says it's been successfully reconnected. So let me check that. I don't even care about what you say because no one doesn't care. Yeah. I think it helped. It was just me and my brother 5 years my senior. Uh, Oregon. Oregon's offense is just having their way with JMU's defense, unfortunately. I'd like to see this be a good game or maybe even JMU win the game, but I don't think that's going to happen. One year when I was a little kid, we had a Christmas tree with actual candles. That was memorable. You know, my mom used a lot of actual candles in our Christmas decorations in my house too. She had these things that were obviously incredibly unsafe for fire, which is there are these like wooden things. You put candles in these spots here, and then the heat from the candles makes the thing go around, and it's the whole thing's made out of wood. My mom had a bunch of those that she got from Europe, I guess, and we never had any of them catch on fire, but you had to put the right size candle in there, you know. We always had a real tree, which we always cut down from the cut it down yourself tree lot. So it was super fresh. And we always had a Monterey pine because that's what this tree lot grew. They had to get special dispensation to sell them because uh, they're protected in California. You're not allowed to cut them down. But obviously, in that dirt area underneath the power lines in on Del Mar and Pasadena, there were no Monterey pines naturally growing there. They planted them all every year, so and they had different sections be open during this year, you know. So there was no reason for them not to be allowed to cut them down and sell them as pine trees, and I guess they came to some sort of agreement with the state about that. No, it's not still there. The power company, which was leasing the land to that Christmas tree farm, uh, didn't renew their lease maybe 15 or 20 years ago. I'm not sure. It could have been that long ago because Delilah and I, we still got our trees there until Delilah was at least a teenager. So maybe 10 years ago, they lost their lease. And it was basically just past Rosemead on Del Mar. It wasn't far west of Rosemead on Del Mar. The chicken farm murdering roast chicken wouldn't be more ethical to convince them to off themselves? No, it wouldn't. It would be most ethical to surprise them all of a sudden. They're just minding their own business, not expecting anything, and then whop, off goes their head. You just keep them ignorantly in the dark. Ignorance is bliss. All right, I guess I'll grind up some weed, pull a couple bong rips. James Madison needs to score a touchdown this time. A surprise. You were in the middle of thinking about your boss and how he pressures you and your wife and kids. Surprise! What's that all about? I'm wicked short on puns as I've been burning the at both ends. I'm gonna guess the missing word is candle. Oh, I right there's a 7-Eleven on the corner of Rosemead and Del Mar, but it's I think it's one or two lights west of Rosemead is where it was. It's next to the basketball courts on the south side of the street. I think you did a fine job, Dallas. I think you went above and beyond the call of duty. Oh, incomplete pass. That's good. 3rd and 3. Come on, James Madison. Your only conceivable chance is to keep pace with Oregon's offense. You obviously can't stop them for shit. Like a candle in the wind. I really don't like Elton John, you know. He's not very good. Let's just admit that. Let's all just admit that. And, you know, wearing super big glasses is not going to help your music. I'm sorry, Elton John. It doesn't help. It doesn't hurt, it doesn't help you. You can't distract away from your bad songwriting with those big glasses. Oh! Gets nowhere. I would really like to see JMU do everything within their power here to keep this to be a close game. They need to score a touchdown right here. Would murdering a cow on her wedding day be morally acceptable if it meant you get to eat for the night? Yes. I frequently do eat cows, so, you know, obviously it must be morally acceptable for me to kill them, even though I'm not the one who's killing them. Because, I mean, that's not why it must be morally acceptable. Oh, nice play! Go, go, go! It's been a recovery day. Oh, I forgot. I brought my tan hat and round glasses to New York City. Looked like Henry Creel from Stranger Things. No, I'm not being insensitive to either of those parties. I am just saying that whether or not one kills and eats animals is not a moral question because real moral questions are evaluated by a rights calculus. It doesn't apply in that instance. By the way, love your sandwich. I mean, who hasn't said that to Ruben before? I'm not drawing a line in the sand. I'm just articulating that um, eating animals is not a moral issue because animals cannot be said to have rights, even if we might reasonably claim that humans have some sort of custodial obligation. That does not stem from their rights. Animals can't have rights because to have rights, you must have the capacity to be a moral agent. No, because the thing is, I'm not preventing them from being vegetarian. What I'm doing has nothing to do with them at all. You might say that I was doing something unacceptable if I were to sneak meat into food that I fed them and told them was vegetarian. No, because I don't have a side on it, right? There is no side on it. Because there's not a universalizable moral obligation, it's morally permissible for one to be vegetarian or to eat meat. There's no sides to have. It's just like there's no sides to have regarding um, whether you want to pee sitting up or standing down. Because you're doing one is not say you're making an advocacy that that one's better. Well, there is a side. There are sides to the question of whether there's a side. There's the correct side, which says no, things like that don't have sides. And there's the incorrect side, which says that moral permissibilities are necessarily advocacies in favor of obligations or prohibitions, which is not the case at all. You pee standing down. That's when you stand like in the bottom of a stairwell and pee up into the air. So your side is there's no side at all, and the wrong side is saying there's a side. Yes, but that's my side of the question about whether there's a side to that issue of a moral permissibility. And I'm correct about that question. That's a separate question. Right. So the only true normative framework is one that can tell you in advance whether a given prescribed act or prospective action is morally impermissible, permissible, or obligatory. If it can't tell you that in advance, then it's not really a true normative framework. Well, that is my side. You're right. That is just my side of whether there's a side to the side or not a side question. But that's fine. All right. Well, let's go, James Madison. Let's make this a game. It doesn't matter, Bullwinkle. All I'm saying is this that that choosing to eat meat or not eat meat is not advocating any position about what one ought to do. So reason a vegetarian starting to eat meat would not be coming to my side is because I'm not advocating that people should eat meat. Come on, guys. Come on, you James Madison. I'm getting nothing out of that. Yeah, I need to get 3 points out of this. Just take the field goal, make it a what, a 7 point game? Yeah, if they kick this field goal successfully, then it'll be a 7 point game. That's not touch, I don't think. No, you don't advocate through action. Like, let's say I smell my armpits. That doesn't mean I think you should smell my armpits. I'm smelling them to see if I stink. I would recommend you not smell them because I do. It's like, do as I say and not as I do. But damn, that steak looks good. If everybody in society ate tofu, maybe I'd want to impress my friends and eat that crap. Okay, but that's not what I'm doing. I'm not smelling your pits. I'm smelling my own pits. So, if I were advocating anything with my action, it wouldn't be that you smell your pits. It would be that you smell my pits. And even if I am introducing you to the idea of pit smelling, as though you had never encountered it before, it also would still be the case that I am not advocating you do it. All right, fair enough, Bullwinkle. We're in agreement then. We're going to eat steak, smell pits, and everything we do will be an implied advocacy that all people ought to be like us. I'll have to check my calendar, Bullwinkle. Let's see what else is going on here in the chat. Where's my mouse? Here it is. It's a see. Winston's mom says, yeah. Dallas says, okay, that took me a minute. Sometimes I'm a little slow. Of course, people stand down too. That only makes, hey, wait a minute. Wahoo, that's the intended effect. But I def say stuff that is one conceptual link too far and understandably never hits. Why Johnny can't read the room? I'm not thinking touch either. More like someone who was here doing the We Are Lions thing. We Are Lions? Are you talking about Bullwinkle? Or somebody else? Wow, you didn't have to throw in the advocacy, but now I'm raging me down. Can I say a quote? If you ever feel worthless, just know you're a 1 in 400 trillion person, so you are one of a kind. That does, well, maybe, does that include all future people as well? Is that just an estimate of how many total people will eventually live? Or are you saying heretofore, including now, that's how many people have lived? No, come on, refs. Don't. Oregon doesn't need your help with those kind of nonsense calls. Also, I don't think Texas has the discipline to shift personnel so hard so consistently. Um, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to make that. I don't know what to make of that guy. Uh, it's the kind of question that bugs me because I'll never get to know the answer, and I want to know what the answer is. I would like to buy a lottery ticket or two, maybe, since the amount's so much. I just want to put my prediction out there just in case we ever find out. All right, you think it's not Tuts? Yeah, well, I also think it's probably not Tuts, but I guess Tuts. He always was quite Jeff Shaw-ish, but what makes you think you're an INFP, Bullwinkle? Not saying you're not, but no, no better or worse odds than anything else. I just figure take the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, but the problem is that number is more likely to have more people buy it than other numbers you might get, right? So if it does win, you might have to split that with a lot of people. Oh, great. Putty Cat was right. Putty Cat was right. JMU down 19-3 already to Oregon after Tulane got stomped by Ole Miss. Ole Miss. Did I watch the Jake Paul fight last night? No, I did not, Marcus. I did hear that he lost, but I did not watch the fight. I'm currently watching the Oregon JMU football game, but I mean, Putty Cat, listen. When you're right about the fact that obviously I prefer competitive games over this slop, right? But I still think that we need to basically, okay, the thing is, one of these teams, Tulane or JMU, I guess it was Tulane, had two losses, right? So I get that good reason to exclude them, but well, I don't know. Committee made its decision. Jake Paul got his jaw broken. Sorry to hear that. Jake is great. I love that dude, says Bullwinkle. You know who else broke his jaw? The guy who tried to catch a baseball drop from a blimp in San Francisco. Hit him right in the face. Shattered his jaw. bro knows how to play heel and sell a ticket. They're both not real fighters, but make stupid bag and kill anyone here, so they're the winners. Well, I was saying that last time the subject came up, Jake Paul. I said, you got to give him credit for just stepping around the boxing establishment like the Nazis did the Maginot Line. He just was like, I don't need any of your, like, have to beat these guys to get a chance at the title fight or whatever. I'm just gonna bypass you entirely and appeal to a whole first new population of people who probably didn't necessarily love boxing, but then somehow with actual boxing fans too. Bullwinkle is gonna have to not come over right now, I'm afraid. Knowledge of having all that money and stuff has to be done with it. No, no. I consider also peopling is difficult enough without leading with lottery money. Plus, how consistent is it? Intermittent thing. Seems discipline not something a super drugged out person can keep up. Just the knowledge of having all that money and stuff has to be done with it. No, no. Makes me wonder what they do while they wait to have another account ready to begin again. Do they have multiple tabs open and troll other people also? I don't know. I'm not convinced that person. Um, I'm not sure that person. I don't know what to make of them. You know, they haven't been around at all today. Is what I was gonna say. I'm not sure they've been around at all today. I don't. Maybe, but I don't think so. If I had $1 billion, I'm buying my ex girlfriend's house and trashing that shit. 20-3 now. James Madison, it's now or never. Speak now or forever hold your pee. Oh, let's see, JMU. Come on. Make a game out of this. Shock the world. Terrible. Terrible, terrible news, everybody. JMU is doing terribly. Horrible, terrible, terrible, horrible. So, okay, what else did I learn about from this guy? I learned about from him the baseball dropping thing where they drop it from a blimp or from the top of a tall building and they try to catch it, even though it's like when it hits the ground, it's traveling super fast. But I also learned about from him about how people. I kind of knew this actually, but I didn't know the extent to which how much people used to believe that cats would suck out your breath and kill you. And then I also learned about something called balloon jumping. Now, balloon jumping is the idea of basically you strap a balloon, you put yourself in like a harness with a balloon, okay? Um, and you you balance the lift of the balloon so you're just a little bit heavier than the lift of the balloon. So basically, it's like you can moonwalk, right? You go poo, pew, pew, pew. And this is called balloon jumping. But in practice, it turned out to be, it sounds like I can kind of conceptualize that fine, you know. No, no, you have a balloon strapped to your back, like a miniature hot air balloon filled with hydrogen that is that is balanced such that it's slightly more buoyant than your weight. And this was a thing, a real thing that happened. And they did things like demonstrations at air shows and stuff. But the reality of it turned out to be much, much more challenging than than you can than the concept of it because you have to you have to if there's any wind at all, obviously the wind takes the balloon away from you and you rapidly lose the ability to gracefully leap like this, you know. um and obviously there were many problems with it. They had a lot of problems getting like some of the time a lot of time the person would just be dragged along the ground through the mud and stuff. And so, and then when they try to make it a little bit more buoyant, they make it too buoyant, and the person will go flying up into the sky. Anyway, they there was this one magazine that had their had a photographer go to do this sport so that they could take pictures from up high, and they had exactly the sort of problem I was talking about. At first, he was just dragging him around the ground a lot because of the wind, and then they like removed some weights off of him and he went shooting up into the sky, and then was pushed by the winds 13 miles um, into this nearby town where he, I guess, got the attention of this guy on the ground who was a reverend who came out with his rifle and shot the balloons. He had multiple balloons. This guy didn't just have one single balloon. He had like a set of like 5 or 6 of them. And he shot out one of the balloons and he came back down. But in his reporting of it, he was like, I was very cold and I was afraid I would surely, perish before too long. Yeah, you're not wrong, Pretty Cat. You're not wrong with the game suck ass. Yeah, so, at some point they stopped doing it at the high Ultrix. I thought it would be a cool conservative guy thing to do, balloon jump. Turns out it's very cold and I thought I would perish, Sounds like being carried 13 miles downwind accidentally could be a minor drawback. Maybe they need to tether the Zorb balloon to rope to ground. Oh well, in this instance, the safety rope broke. Man, you got to tap into the NBA. I'm not a big NBA fan, but I'm not a fan of this football game. I'll tell you that. It's not gonna get any better either. I mean, it was kind of like back in the day when aviation stuff in general was just taking off, like when they had like the barnstorming kind of biplanes and stuff, maybe. Yeah, well, they had it tied to the bumper of a car, and I guess it just broke the rope. When the guy went shooting up in the sky, it just broke. It snapped it. Back until 2010, no one gave a single fuck about safety. Well, sometimes you should, because the first time somebody attempted to demonstrate this noble, gentlemanly, 'cause it was a very rich person sport. It cost the equivalent of like a new car plus like $200 a time to fill up in modern dollars to even participate in the sport at all. And in England, when the guy was first trying to demonstrate it for the first time, he he had the whole problem with being dragged around on the ground, and then he got the weight correct, and he successfully jumped over a fence and then over a tree. And then someone's like, "Watch out, those are live wires." He said, "It's all right, I'll make it over them." And he didn't, and he got electrocuted and died. It wasn't a very safe sport, balloon jumping. Yeah, well, yeah, and apparently it was like back in the day, Um, apparently, newspapers in Britain published articles that were like balloon jumping, all the craze in America as the new fad takes over. And then in America, the paper would say balloon jumping, a new craze in Britain. Everybody's doing it now in Britain. Neither were correct, but they were both making that claim. I guess maybe I'll look at this NFL game. Green Bay Packers at Chicago Bears. Why is there an NFL game on Saturday? Since when do they have NFL games on Saturday? This game is 0-0. This is a closer game than the other game. So, yeah. They did a lot of strange things back in the day. They pedestrianism was a really big sport back in the day too. I didn't learn this from the same guy, but there used to be who can continually walk for the longest amount of time contests. So it wasn't like necessarily who could walk the most distance, but who could continue walking around this circle for the longest amount of time without quitting. People would walk for days at a time. It was quite the hot quite the hot new vibe around town, pedestrianism. I'm Mr. Beast from the 1890s. Maybe. Maybe you are. There's this thing called I forget what it's called exactly, but basically you've got a small propeller driven engine, and you've got a harness and a parasail. It's like one of those long parachutes, but that's thin and rectangular, and then you're hanging down here from it, and you've got a propeller like on your back that is not necessarily on your back, but it it's powered by gasoline. So you have to plan your trip if you're going to take one between gas stations. Anyway, I watched this video of these couple of guys who went all the way from, I think it was the bottom of California, but it was somewhere, the bottom of somewhere in the US. They went all the way up to the Canadian border. The first side with the jetpack is that either you're doing great or really not. No fiddling with something in between, like busting a collarbone. Well, these guys didn't seem to get hurt at all. They kind of had to, be super weather aware. And if it was too windy, they couldn't go that day. They had to stay down on the ground. I guess they had to file a flight plan and everything, just like an airplane. But they don't go very high, really. I guess mostly because it gets too cold when you go up high. You gotta be super warm if you get up high. You got super warm clothes on. I also watched a guy attempt to hang glide over the top of Mount Whitney. Lame. I'm ripping my gyrocopter whenever and however I want. This is America. Well said, sir. Well said. Wingsuit's another one of those things where it's either great or it's game over. No fussing around with minor accidents. Yeah, that seems completely insane to me. I don't think so. Like, I wonder if I had to do that, if I could even survive one time. I know I want to try to get away from the side as quick as possible and then pull my chute. If I went straight into the ground, ooh, wah, ah, 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 okay, disturbed. Yeah, you wouldn't be disturbed at all. You'd just be no more. Tomorrow is Sunday. I am feeling anxious, but it's okay. I haven't been until just that moment. I've been feeling pretty good. I just that moment started feeling a little anxious. I feel a little bit like I'm on the other side of my anxiety about the car, but I wish I had a for sure finished date so I knew I'd have it back before Christmas. Because if I have to wait, if I have to keep the rental car over past Christmas, then that's just more money. Do you think we're all too sensitive nowadays? No, I don't think so. I think that I think that people are understandably, legitimately, correctly sensitive. Life's hard. The world doesn't do us any favors when it comes to uh, respecting, I guess, distinct sets of values and stuff, distinct priorities. I think it's only natural to be sensitive. Life's full of suffering, regret, mistakes, loss. Sure, it's got a lot of good things too, but you know, in a bruising world, it's understandable that people learn to wince. Yeah, I think we should all try to be good to each other and remember that we're all fragile. Some of us just don't realize it yet. Are you and Winston's mom going spring breaking on jetpacks, Dulles? That's cool. I didn't know you guys had shared a jetpack enthusiasm. Funny thing about taking a jetpack is like you can't really go very far. So you're just like, all right, you want to go across street to 7-Eleven? Let's get on our jetpacks. And you go from the parking lot of the motel and then down to the parking lot of 7-Eleven. And if you're quick about it, you'll have enough fuel to get back. Oh, yeah, well, you need to be kind to yourself to the extent that you can. I have trouble being kind to myself too, but it's not because I tell myself to toughen up. It's because I tell myself I hate myself all the time. Which really is my just kind of shorthand way of saying I'm remembering something I regret. 3 block jetpack trip cost $700. Winston's mom's smile, priceless. Well, I mean, I think there's going to be a chorus of voices like yours, Pretty Cat, going into the selection next year because of this. I think the committee's going to get a lot of heat for picking these two teams. I mean, I don't know, Bullwinkle or J Moose. It could be that, like me, you have some misapprehension that punishing yourself is corrective, or that you're being fair, right? Well, you're prone to telling yourself the same, huh? It's a, uh, it's something that I thought I had put behind me when I quit drinking, but it reemerged after my parents' death and continues to this day. I mean, I don't even know how many times a day I say, I hate myself, I hate myself, I hate myself. Stop saying that, Eric. How many times a day do I say that? So many times. Some days more than others. Today's not been such a bad day, actually. The wiser one becomes, the more one understands how one should behave now, but also how one should have behaved then. And the more clearly one understands that, the more painful one's failure in the past is. That's my relationship with SI. Oh, well, I mean, if you were subjected to abuse, then I can't even, I don't even know what to tell you about that. It's horrible, obviously. And I don't know if it has to do with that or not. I certainly was not abused in any way. All my wounds are self inflicted. That's why I hate myself. Yeah, I think about this actually. I think not just about like lamenting this reality, but also what could I do to correct this? Could I replace it with some other kinds of words? No, but obviously not like, I really like me. You know what? I'm special. I'm fun. Maybe I could say that, but like I could maybe say that if I feel like that, but if I don't feel like that, I don't think saying that's gonna do any good. Well, look, Bullwinkle, you might. I should tell this to myself as much as I should ever tell it to anybody else, but you might have good logical reasons to regret how you behaved in the past. But you're the only person you can count on to take good care of the you are now. You can make sure that you're not surrounded by toxic people who are making things hard for you in the now. But you you only have yourself as company all the time. And so you only have yourself to make sure that you your self concept is emotionally safe as it can be. I don't know, it's kind of a weird sentence, but I mean, I was never told that. That's not where my self-loathing comes from. You've been keeping your bananas peeled? That's good. Yes, I do think both those things. I wasn't saying the first one. I was saying the second one. But I do think both those things. I do too, but easier to know what one ought to do than it is to do anything yourself. But I would like to improve my self concept so that it could be more emotionally safe. I could conceivably have a better self concept by being more proactively good rather than just like not bad, you know? I don't know. That's what she was saying, Piaget was saying. I don't think that's correct necessarily, but that's what she was saying, Piaget was saying. I don't necessarily think it's incorrect either. I'm not taking any position on it. Early childhood experiences that impact how I guess you could say can be developmentally impactful for the good or for the bad to some extent. You know, for the bad almost to infinite extent, but for the good to some extent. Is our temper hardwired? Probably not really. Uh, I think we. I mean, I have a notion. This is just a notion. There's no. I don't have any good reason to believe this, but I've posited before that a person who a person experiences justice in at home or at out in the world or neither or both places. The people who experience injustice either at home or out in the world and justice at the other location, that they tend to be angry because they get they have something contrasted against, right? Ultimately, you know, anger is there to when expressed correctly slash felt appropriately, it's there because boundaries have been crossed, and that in a healthy person is going to mean some sort of injustice has been perpetrated. But in an unhealthy expression, anger is used to bully or control people or to um, other things, you know, bad stuff. The thing is, if they had injustice done both places, then they're they're probably gonna be more like defeated, right? You got to have some place where you had a just accounting of things. Sometimes you're in your sleep raging at a wall, nothing will really will trigger me into a mental implosion. Yeah, anger can be very consuming. I I used to be a lot more angry than I am now. But I was often angry on other people's behalf because I didn't suffer that much injustice. But I get angry. It seems like I just had to be angry in Los Angeles to accomplish anything. It was just, the whole city was fighting against me all the time. Right. Union cognitive functions, it doesn't really expressly take a position on when the cognitive function stack is determined. But because it's implicit to who the person is from birth till death, one definitionally, one has to imagine that it's basically in place at birth, um, even if incomplete in some fashion. So I agree that union cognitive functions makes it clear why you can't take two babies, raise them exactly the same way, and end up with two very similar people. I mean, you're just being angry. You're just giving into being angry because you're processing something that's making you angry, you know? You might be displacing it onto something else. That's gonna always be bad, you know? You can't raise two babies to be the same person because they're going to be more like examples of their type than they're going to be like examples of how they were raised. Some things you might come from being raised a certain way, but like it is the case that a person's particularist experiences make up half of who they are, but their personality, and namely their cognitive function stack, makes up the other half of who they are. And that's something that we can understand as as a map. Well, in general, if you're getting mad at other people in ways where you're yelling at them or taking out your anger on them or something like that, then you got to be careful with that stuff. Like sometimes it makes things happen, but it's a rather brutish way to go. I find in general that I don't do well with making decisions, coming to conclusions about things when I'm emotional in any way, be it sad, angry, happy, excited, or whatever. But anger is like a much more palatable bad emotion than say fear or sadness. One thing I do periodically do after I've said I hate myself is I say, "It's okay, little Eric. I'm sorry. I don't hate you. I'm sorry." And then I say, "Well, why are you always telling me that then?" And I have no answer. I don't know what the answer to that question is. Will anybody ever know? No. No one will ever know that. Not in a million knowledge years. Well, maybe you should hug yourself like me. I think about all these different things, all these different reasons to hate myself, all these different instances where I was reckless, took chances, or caused harm, or made bad decisions. No, no, I think, I actually think I was the one who brought it up, if I'm not mistaken. I don't really know. It is the case that it's kind of an either or reality in some sense, which is either I'm thinking about memories that make me wince or cringe or feel self-loathing or whatever, or I'm thinking about something else or my attention's elsewhere. So it's on one level, it's like, okay, I need to process some of these things emotionally, maybe so that they don't cause me continual repeating distress, right? But on the other hand, it the problem is that experiencing of the distress, and if I am not thinking about that, then I'm not experiencing it. So it's tricky, right? Well, I do love him then. I rage once a month maybe with 130 ratio. Should I still give him away? No, you shouldn't. Vulnerable. It sounds like you probably already uh, are working on it. None of us are perfect. What's the real problem though? Well, probably the problem is simply that there's unresolved injustice that has a lot to do with it. You may not have a good relationship with your own feelings in the sense that you have trouble determining what's actually causing them, you know? Um, and if a lot of bad things happened and you're start getting attuned to how you feel about those bad things. Anger is a normal, healthy reaction to injustice. It's just that if it's that when it's not immediate and when it doesn't have any solvency, it's only informative to a limited extent. But it's understandable that anybody who's been treated unjustly would be angry. Well, maybe you should take up boxing and you could punch people in the face. Would that help? Or you could take up Ma. Have you ever heard of that sport? Ma. No. CTE is the last thing I need. I'm done as shit already. Fair enough. Fair enough. I don't blame you for not wanting that. What's Ma? MMA. That's what Ma is. It's MMA. It stands for mixed martial arts. You may have heard of it before. I don't know. It's basically like boxing, but with more wrestling. If you like boxing and you like wrestling, you're gonna love them. Mwah. Green Bay, quarterback takes off, slides down just shy of the first down here. 5 minutes left in the second quarter. They're playing the Chicago Bears, who have 0 points. The Green Bay Packers have 3 points. It's not a very high scoring game at the moment. It's fine to be a little argumentative, Bullwinkle. Goodness knows I can be a little argumentative sometimes. And of course, it's also the case that I will sometimes hate myself for being argumentative afterwards. But you know what? That's okay. A little bit of, 2 steps forward, 1 step back is fine. I think I'm making progress on this a little bit. Today, anyway, was a better day. seemed like. It's like when I look back at my life's worth of mistakes, misprioritizations, and other just mess making. It's kind of just like, oh God, Eric, how could you? Why didn't you? Oh, you. It's just, I'm not thrilled with what and with the life in review. Granted, I have a lot more time left, and I'm happier with this Eric than earlier incarnations of Eric because I'm a lot more empathetic and I value people's mental health and emotional well-being in a more empathetic way because I know what it's like to I know what it's like to be sad. It's like taking a bite of the color blue. Sadness. It's like a smile upside down. Sadness. It's like a child without any candy. Sadness. That's out of that poem, Sadness. With old world pepperoni, huh? From the region known as Lapland. Home to some of the world's most northerly pepperoni. Only the best 3D printed stuff. So I guess I'll get a good night's sleep tonight. Tomorrow, we've got a conversation with Rachel's sister. We're going to have a video conference. And I was originally going to have Rachel's mom in it too, but I guess she's not going to make it. I'm not really sure why. I still asked her and she didn't reply. That Paul Rudd, he's in everything. Still looks like he's, 34 years old. Oh, they're doing the Macarena. How wonderful. Those football players are doing the Macarena with children. Isn't that wonderful? They're going like this, like this. That is so helpful of them. It's like, won't somebody come teach our children the Macarena? And the football player said, we will. We will come to your schools and teach you the Macarena. Paul Rudd's 56, huh? 2 years older than me. Well, yeah, he's always been a bit of an ageless wonder. They call him the Dick Clark of rom-coms. In all the world, I think the person with the most unfortunate actual name to be famous is Dick Buttkiss. That's a really unfortunate name. Dick Buttkiss. I mean, if you're the Buttkiss family, first of all, how did you get that name? Like, I get it, like the blacksmith, right? They're called Smith according to their last name. Well, how did the Buttkiss family get their last name? Oh, tyranny by the masses, schmearny by the schmasses. There's always going to be some form of governance. Let's see, what time is it? 6:30? Ooh, it's getting late. Getting on near bedtime. But I think I'll do here. Generational rim job givers? Is that somebody's name? That's not somebody's name. His name is Dick Butkus. Yes, that's his actual name. He had fortune and fame as a linebacker in the NFL. Dick Butkus, Dick Butkus, Dick Butkus, Dick Butkus. If my name was Butkiss, right, that's you saying that was their job. They were generational rim job givers. That's a terrible job. But I guess they wanted to have an accurate name for their family. We are the Buttkisses. I'm glad my name is not Dick Butkiss. I don't even want to win his award named after him. That's right, I'm talking about the Dick Butkiss Award. I don't want to win it, don't want to hang it on my door. I don't care how prestigious they think it is in NFL. Well, there was also a politician in California named Dick Mountjoy. Dick Mountjoy. Dick Mountjoy. Like, how did the Mountjoy family get their last name? I'm sure it's purely innocent. They just liked riding horses a lot. Are you sure it's just my horses you're mounting? Dick Mountjoy. Oh, yes, my lord. Wouldn't dream of mounting your wife. All right. I suppose you and the rest of the Mountjoys are fine. Little did he know. Dick Mountjoy reporting for duty. Mount your wife, Governor. Butt kiss. Common slang for nothing. Comes from the Yiddish phrase meaning having as much worth as goat turds. Are you suggesting that goat turds do not have any worth? They gotta be worth something. What if you... I mean, there are so many reasons why one might need to have a lot of goat turds. For example, you're doing a science fair project about goat turds, right? At that point, you're gonna need a lot of goat turds, maybe hundreds of millions. Dear sir, I wish to acquire your daughter's hand. How many bags of goat turd would you require? Dear sir, in regards to your inquiry, no amount of goat turds would be sufficient for me to give you my daughter's hand in marriage. Sincerely, Lord Rathbottom. Dear Lord Rathbottom, in regard to your reply to my inquiry, what if I were to tell you I could give you 1,000,000 bags of goat turds? Dear sir, hi everybody, Dick Butkus here. Does this problem sound like a problem you have? I want to introduce you to goatturds.com, where you can have goat turds shipped to your house with no fuss or muss in a privacy ensuring black box. Well, I guess I will wrap up this live stream. I want to thank you for being here. I've enjoyed your company very much and appreciated it as well. I'm going to try to relax a bit, watch a little TV, and then head off to bed as early as I think I'll fall asleep. Try to catch up on some more rest. Until next time, I bid you all a very fond farewell.